CEO of Operation Unite Goldsboro, told CBS 17 he puts on roundtables quarterly.
People are isolated and they're thinking and saying things and isolated. So my job is to bring them together and let's talk about these issues.
Those roundtables consist of a collection of school and county leaders, as well as law enforcement and community members, spending times talking about problems and solutions. You're listening to NCN News.
Are you considering a backup generator for your home and tired of being told it'll be several months for delivery? Alternative Power has hundreds of units in stock and can have your generator installed in a matter of weeks, not months. A Generac automatic standby generator from Alternative Power guards your home against blackouts caused by weather of all types. Prepare your home now with a Generac automatic standby generator. Alternative Power, North Carolina's Generac experts. See more at alternativepower.com.
NC Green Power is a nonprofit promoting a cleaner energy future through its Solar Plus Schools grant program. Recipient schools receive a 5-kilowatt solar array with a weather station, a STEM curriculum, and training for teachers. Having already impacted 56 schools throughout our state, they hope to award at least one school in
I would
counties.
like to officially announce, with zero authority, Frozen 3. Please bear in mind I did say zero authority because I can't do that.
Yeah, you can't announce it.
I can't do that. No, I'm not in charge.
But there could be some.
Durham will be turned into affordable housing. Peter Skillern is Executive Director of Reinvestment Partners, telling WNCN.
This is where history was made, where the Royal Ice Cream Parlor sit-in was organized, which preceded the sit-in movement at the Greensboro Woolworths.
For a Greensboro woman, a very special day. Her father and grandfather and sister have been living in Ukraine. It was a long journey, but they were reunited over the weekend in the States. WFMY TV reporter Avery.
It was about 10 minutes of CPR. I saw the ref collapse on the court. I just went into firefighter mode. The basketball game just.
Where I live, where my family lives, it's just wonderful.
For months, Shub has worked to bring her family to the Triad and out of war-torn Ukraine. It finally happened through Uniting for Ukraine, a government.
You all get tickets, I promise. We'll try one more song. Waiting for this shot to kick in. Not a shot of alcohol.
People have been able to reunite with their families and their friends because of this program.
Sherelle Griner, the wife of WNBA star Brittany Griner, says they haven't spoken by phone in the 4 months since Griner's arrest in Russia on drug-related charges.
So big picture is I don't know how she is. The biggest picture of it all is the fact that not being able to hear her voice real time, I have no understanding besides what people tell me is my wife's condition.
A water shortage advisory has been issued in Johnston County. Officials say this is because of a piping failure at the county's water treatment plant. Residents there are being asked.
It was chaos, and it happened in a split second. And boom, it was a cloud of dust. If we had not been a little bit further behind, keeping a safe distance, we could have hit that. And thanked our lucky stars that.
Today we'll see temperatures in the upper 80s and the lower 90s. It's going to be a lovely day for any outdoor activities because our dew points will be low, so it's actually going to feel tolerable. That number will climb as we head into tomorrow. Highs will be in the mid to upper 90s. It's going to feel like the upper 90s, and we do have the chance of seeing showers and thunderstorms develop late Wednesday afternoon and evening. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, sunny skies, 65 degrees, humidity 68%, 2.54, winds are calm, pressure 3053, solar radiation 19 watts per square meter. It's 7:15. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Tuesday morning. 2 passengers escaped an overturned vehicle with minimal injuries on Monday. The single vehicle crash occurred on the outskirts of the Eastwood community around 12:45 p.m. On June 20th and resulted in heavy damage and a temporary stop to the northbound lane of traffic. The crash occurred just south of the Moore County LEO Association on Highway 15501 when the driver of the Jeep Cherokee veered from the road and overturned. The Jeep was the only vehicle involved in the crash. The driver, a male in his 70s, suffered what law enforcement referred to as a medical episode which caused him to veer from the road and lose control of the Jeep. In an attempt to regain control, the driver then overcorrected, flipping the vehicle into an embankment. Both the driver and his female passenger were transported to First Health Moore Regional Hospital by Moore County EMS with non-life-threatening injuries. And the town of Southern Pines adopted its 2022-23 budget during the city council meeting on June 14th. As part of his recommended budget, town manager Reagan Parsons shared with council his intent to add a second assistant town manager to the management team by promoting current fire chief Mike Cameron. Cameron's transition will take effect on July 1st at the beginning of the new fiscal year. In serving as assistant town manager, Cameron will remain the town's fire chief. In addition to leading the fire department, Cameron will oversee the town's IT, public works, engineering, inspections, and utility divisions and departments. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel. And, of course, you can always go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 7:18. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Your morning sports report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports, I'm Josh Zach. Lightning struck 4 times in the second period as two-time defending Stanley Cup champion Tampa Bay beat the Colorado Avalanche 6-2 in last night's Game 3 in Tampa to narrow Colorado's lead 2-1 in the finals. Lightning captain Steven Stamkos finished with a goal and an assist. He said they came out better in last night's game than they did in the first 2 games of the series in Denver.
We had a much better start.
Good morning, aviators. It's the most unbelievable movie of the summer.
Genetic power has now been unleashed.
Dr. Buzz Strange Mavericks, Jurassic World, and...
Pivotal Game 4 tomorrow in sunny FLA.
Here's to the Sunshine State.
In San Francisco, it was a celebration day for the Golden State Warriors following their latest NBA championship.
Thousands lined the streets to salute the new champions. The players stood on top of double-decker buses. This young woman could hardly contain herself when the players passed by.
I'm here, and I'm so excited and so happy. Thank God for the Warriors!
This is the Warriors' 4th championship in the last 8 years after falling behind 2-1 to the Boston.
Gas prices are high. Money is low. So here's another budget vacation idea.
Hey kids, who likes Disneyland? Yay! Well, we're going to the Disney section of the library. All right, get in the wagon.
It's ended before it began. A person with knowledge told the AP that Atkinson reversed course and won't take over as coach. The move came Saturday, a week after the Golden State assistant had agreed to a 4-year contract. Leaves the Hornets to open draft week without a coach, and they have 3 picks in the top 45, including...
Today is officially the first day of summer. We began summer officially.
Only thing I hate about the summer, people walking around with tanks.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon. You wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Our Cookie Two-Step Ice Cream is a creamy vanilla ice cream with hints of brown sugar, chunks of chocolate cream-filled cookies, and tasty chocolate chip cookie dough pieces. Cookie Two-Step has everybody's taste buds two-stepping, and 1 and 2.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
MLB action, Yankees ace Garrett Cole lost his no-hit bid in the 8th when Tampa Bay's Isaac Paredes led off by grounding a clean single to center field. He hit a slider that bounced off the pitcher's mound and into the outfield on Cole's 105th pitch in Tropicana Field. New York led 2-0 at that point. Corbin Burns pitched 7th inning. The Brewers regained sole possession of first place in the NL Central with a 2-0 victory over St. Louis. The Atlanta Braves 2-1 winners over the San Francisco Giants. Newly promoted O'Neal Cruz drove in 4 runs and sparked the Pirates to a 12-1 romp over the Chicago Cubs. David Peterson pitched into the 6th with his wife expected to go into labor imminently as the Mets beat the Marlins 6-0 despite losing Jeff McDaniel to injury. Josh, Zach, NCN Sports.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
For the second year in a row, Pinehurst Toyota has been awarded the Pilot's 2021 Best of the Pines Service Department winner. The Toyota Service Department opens Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Call for an appointment at 910-212-5984 or go without an appointment. We also have pickup and drop-off.
Are you smarter than a group of Harvard undergrads?
Definitely.
To test, I want to do a real word association game. I'm going to tell you 5 words, then you need to say out loud the opposite of that word in order. Click the link at the end for your results once completed. Ready? Always staying. Take me down.
Never going give you. Oh, wait, do I click this link?
You're ready for your next painting project. There's only one place to go for high quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of
He noticed something in the tree, so he stopped, looked up in the tree. The raccoon just raced out of the tree and charged towards us. So at that moment, that's...
You're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Bass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Sears low price guarantee and price match policy. We will not be undersold. Hi, this is Catherine Phelps, new owner of your local hometown Sears store. We're creating relationships and helping our customer make an informed buying decision is our business. Remember, we will price match any in-stock local competitor. See store for details. Shop your local Sears hometown store in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 90% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company.
In a shocking crash on camera here, a truck smashing into an overpass, sending part of its cargo and chunks of concrete onto incoming traffic. Local 10's analysis both exposed to the driver who witnessed it all, and she is live now.
44-24-74.
So you had a whole house generator installed, so that when the power goes out, the power comes right back on. Or it's supposed to. The generator guys at Carolina Power and Generators can make sure it is ready to go when needed with a biannual 35-point inspection, 24-hour service, and much, much more. Maintenance by Carolina Power and Generators equals peace of mind. For more details, visit generacnc.com and power up, or call 910-241-4677. That's 910-241-4677.
War Dogs Army Surplus is Moore County's largest selection of Army surplus. They buy, sell, and trade Army surplus, and they'll match any legitimate offer from competitors with a price match guarantee. They'll match and beat any competitor's price by 10%. With the largest selection of vintage and modern gear and collectibles, War Dogs has everything you're looking for. Open Monday through Friday, 10:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. 675 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines. Or call 910-920-7749. That's 910-920-7749. War Dogs. We offer more and sell for less.
Contractors, stop wasting time looking for tile. Go straight to the local experts, the ones who have it all. Meadow Creek Tile. They've got upscale porcelain, ceramic, glass, stone, marble. It's your one-stop for materials. And they offer special services for contractors. No more running all over town dealing with amateurs. Meadow Creek Tile, start to finish for any job. Located on 15501 next to Zaxby's. 910-693-7711.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Many of our neighbors are going to the emergency room with a heart attack or stroke. Some don't make it. Even though they work, they're caught in the coverage gap with no health insurance. They can't afford medications and doctor's appointments. We can fix this. Let's close the health insurance coverage gap. Tell your lawmaker the time is now. Our neighbors deserve it. Text GAP to 46839 to learn more. That's GAP to 46839. Paid for by the American Heart Association. This is more than just innovation. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. This is no spills autofill for hands-free fill-up from your fridge. This is no preheat air fry right in your oven for food that's crispy without the oil. This is an in-oven cook cam so you can check on your food from your phone. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile. Upgrade today with your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street, downtown Aberdeen. Call us at 910-944-8887 or shop online at keysappliance.com.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is proudly sponsored by Moore County Citizens for Freedom. Always looking out for you.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. Well, the news tells us there are 5 major cities that are on track once again to set new homicide records. The cities are Los Angeles, D.C., Baltimore, Milwaukee, and Atlanta. Chicago, on the other hand, has done pretty good. They've only had 1,463 people shot so far this year, with 298 of them dying. But, to their credit, that's just business as usual. It's not a new record. All the cities with liberal leaders and people yelling, defund the police, are trying to figure out who to blame, or what can they blame to take the heat off themselves. Many of the city leaders are pointing the finger at COVID. It's the fault of COVID, they say, that so many people choose to murder. I wonder how long COVID's going to be used as an excuse. Others are blaming the police. The police are bad, they say, and so no wonder a guy decides to do a drive-by shooting.
Here on Talk 97.3 FM. 104.1 FM and 990 AM WEEB, and heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Today is officially the first day of summer. We began summer officially.
Only thing I hate about the summer, people walking around with tans.
Get a nice tan. Get a little tan. At the beach with the oil on.
Top priority of the summer.
The summer solstice, when the Earth's axis has the northern hemisphere tilted the most towards the sun.
You need sunblock down here. I recommend a sunscreen with an SPF of between 15 and 30.
I could say at one point I was tanorexic.
On the official start of summer, experts stress that an ounce of caution may be the best protection for a healthy beach season.
It was on the first day of summer. We were the #1 out front runners. On the first day of summer, nothing feels the same.
Do you know what today is?
It's National Selfie Day.
Just take a selfie and email it to me.
I got an also. No background from, we call those selfies. Well, it's not myself, yeah, it's us. And
Aussie.
That's not a selfie. Someone else took that photo.
It was a selfie.
Yeah, selfie.
Selfie. And post. Looky here. It's showtime, folks.
Hand me down the walking cane, hand me down my hat. Hurry now and don't be late, 'cause we ain't got time to chat. You and me, we're going out to catch the latest sounds. Guaranteed to blow your mind so high you won't come down. Hey, y'all, prepare yourself for the rubber band. Man, you've never heard a sound like the rubber band. Man, you're bound to lose control when the rubber band starts to jam. Oh, this dude is out of sight. Everything he does seems to come out right. Once I went to hear them play at a club outside of town. I was so surprised, I was hypnotized by the sound his cats put out. When I saw this short fat guy stretch a band between his toes, hey, I laughed so hard 'cause the band got down when it finally reached his nose. Hey, y'all, prepare yourself for the rubber band. Man, you never heard a sound like the rubber band. Man, you're bound to lose control when the rubber band starts to jam. Got that rubber band up on his toes, and then he wriggled it up all around his nose. Guaranteed to blow your mind. Playing all the music, just keeping time. Find the world. Did he learn that? Oh, Lord. Oh, have to get away.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sand Hills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, and don't forget, of course, we are being heard and seen around the world on a live video stream. That's up and running at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. The video link's in the middle of the page. Upper right-hand corner of every page has an audio link to our own air signal. You can stream that anytime, 24/7, 365, right there where it says on the air, listen live. If you click that once, you're listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area. It's going to be nice today, despite the warm temperatures. Partly cloudy, high of 91. Those dew points will be down in the 50s, which means low humidity, and it'll feel a lot better on your skin. Tonight, mostly clear, a low of 64. Tomorrow, slightly higher dew points, slightly higher temperatures, 97 for a high, if you call that slightly. Under sunny skies, but like I said, the dew points in the low 60s, which is tolerable. Wednesday night, partly cloudy, maybe a thunderstorm, a low of 72. Thursday, dew points a little higher, but still in the mid-60s. Partly cloudy, chance of thunderstorms, high of 94. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all partly cloudy with sunshine, high around 90. Right now around the Sand Hills, solar radiation's up to 29 watts per square meter. Pressure is 30-45, winds are calm. Dew point 54, humidity 65%. It's sunny and 66 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, 7:36 straight up past the hour. On this Tuesday morning, David Tinsley with the Moore County School Board on duty this morning. May not be talking about school board this meeting side of the program, but good morning, David.
Good morning. I didn't think we were going to do a show. I thought we were going to play 30 minutes of bumper music and then have like a 20-minute weather report. I was filling my time watching cat videos, though, and I did find, we need to have, the WEEB needs to have their FCC license revoked.
I see. Why is that?
Because aren't you supposed to do a public service? Isn't that part of public airwaves?
We do.
Well, yesterday was National Take Your Cat to Work Day. And
we covered it in the first hour.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it. I am so sorry. I apologize.
Yeah.
I missed National Cat.
It was right there in the opening.
You know, I think you might be right now that you mention it. But see, here's what's messed up about National Cat Take Your Cat Today Day is it changes every year. Last year it was June 21st. This year it was June 20th. See, so I had a calendar.
Well, they change it with each life. So there you go.
And then, so mark your calendars, everyone. June 19th, 2023 is National Take Your Cat to Work Day.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, I'm sorry. I am sorry that you did indeed do your public service and notify the public.
We do a lot of public service. You know, the All Things Moore County is our biggest one.
Yeah, that's right. With Bill Saadi.
Saadi.
Yeah. I, you know, now that you mentioned, I do recall hearing National Take Your Cat to Work Day yesterday. Yeah.
Speaking of yesterday, there was that photo that went online, or official police video went online from Naperville, Illinois, that had a patrol officer who was on a quiet street had pulled a car over because the guy jumped the stop sign, and he was up there talking to him, trying to help him get his insurance proof of insurance from his wife. She called his wife while he was talking to him. This gray Taurus pulls up in the opposite direction and goes by the cop and then stops. Guy starts to get out, but he forgot to put it in park, so he went forward a couple more feet and then put it in park. And all of a sudden the door swings open and out jumps a man with a hatchet in his right hand.
With a hatchet.
Starts running toward the cop. And the cop unloads 5 in his belly, and that was the end of him.
You know,
what gets me is, though, that if you go look it up, it's a, police shoot man with hatchet. That's all you got to put in and it'll show up. But all the television networks and local TVs there won't give you the raw footage. And actually, they always stop it before the man gets shot.
Oh, they just want to stir up crap. That's what the media does. I mean, the pilot here.
You look
does
up the
same
official
thing.
film from the police department, it's there, all of it.
Right. No, that's yellow journalism. The pilot does the same thing. I mean, if you get your news from the pilot, you will never know that the surveys they gave our students, that the previous school board gave our students, were in fact illegal. That's why they discontinued it, because the pilot doesn't report those minor things like the fact that the dude was charging the officer with a hatchet in his hand. We just left that minor detail out.
They edited the video. They pre-framed it right before the shooting started.
Yeah.
And that's censorship.
Well, they do that all the time.
Why do you have to censor what I watch?
They do that all the time. I mean, Dan Rather did that Dan Rather typed up the fake letter from George Bush. Remember that, using a font that didn't exist during the Vietnam War.
It'd be the same thing as stopping video before the towers collapsed. You know, it makes that much sense.
Yeah. No. ABC News did that with the Chevrolet trucks that they couldn't get them to blow up when they crashed into them a certain way, so they used the little rocket igniters. So the news media hasn't reported facts since I don't know, Christ was a corporal.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I just don't like being censored, and I can choose whether to watch it or not. They can pre-warn me that a man's about to get shot. And, of course, everybody's going to be glued then to the TV.
Boys and girls, this is why you shouldn't play cowboys and Indians.
Truly. I have to get my whistle wetter.
That's exciting radio. Did you hear that? It was a carbonated beverage. Did you all hear that? There we go.
Otherwise, the mouth dries out and you can't talk. All right. Let's go over our Twitter comments today from some of those on Twitter. From Ronna McDaniel, the GOP chairwoman, she says inflation will cost the average household $7,620 over the next year, and that is if prices stop increasing altogether. Americans can't afford Biden, but did you hear what he said yesterday on the beach about inflation? He said,
wait, who's at the beach?
Biden.
Oh, wait, so he's vacationing.
Yeah, yesterday was vacation day, 19th.
Oh,
Juneteenth.
You thought you would think he would have been celebrating Juneteenth, like maybe went to the Juneteenth celebration that the Frederick Douglass Foundation had in Charlotte, where they had Dr. Ben Carson and our great Lieutenant Governor and Clarence Henderson. You think?
Or he could show up at the statue of Abraham Lincoln that was taken down.
Right.
With the slave, because it was ex-slaves that put it up there.
Yeah, Biden has done nothing but gone on shuffle around, read teleprompters, and go on vacation since he's been president. And by the way, inflation is the most regressive tax possible.
It is. Yep. And who does it hit the worst? The poor.
Yep.
But Biden said inflation was good.
It's transitory. It's transitory.
No, he said it was good. He said some inflation is good because it will help expedite people transitioning over to electric vehicles.
So, it's funny about electric vehicles. I'm glad you brought that up. I had a thought last night. You remember when apps first came out and apps were essentially free? You remember when streaming first came out and it's like, oh, look, I'll get Hulu. It's $6 a month. And I can replace all this cable TV for $6 a month, right? And then fast forward a couple years, and next thing you know, your Hulu bill is higher than your cable TV bill ever was, right? So they introduced these free or almost free apps and streaming. They get you hooked on it. They crush the competitors. Next thing you know, they were more expensive than what they replaced ever was.
You can go back to it?
Well, okay, so let's talk about all those free or almost free electric charging stations.
It's pretty nice to be able to watch what you want to watch, when you want to watch it, wherever you want to watch it.
Yeah, but that's not my point. My point is the electric vehicle charging stations. All those free or almost free charging stations that are all over the road. Oh, look, I can pull my Tesla over, get charged for free. I can sit here and enjoy my salad while you for 30 minutes while you internal combustion engine people are just motoring on because it only takes 2 minutes to fill your car. Those charging stations that are free and all those Teslas.
Are they free?
They're free or almost free. They're heavily subsidized. Wait until they turn the corner of the internal combustion engine and all those gas stations are gone and all those free or almost free electric charging stations, they're going to be far more expensive than gasoline ever thought would ever be.
Well,
mark my words. Those free or almost free charging stations are going to become 10 times more expensive per mile than gasoline ever thought of being.
Well, it's going to take at least as much, if not more, of the power generated by the solar and wind and they cost a lot of money to build and maintain.
Right. People are stupid. Electrical generation is done remotely. The transmission loss along power lines is remarkable. I forget what it is. I'm talking out of turn, but it is more than half, I am pretty sure. And transmitting electricity is extraordinarily inefficient. So you're going to generate power, you're going to run it along an inefficient transmission line, and then you're going to put it in your car. Why don't you just burn the fossil fuel or propane in your vehicle? It's probably much more efficient.
Yeah. Well, they transmit AC instead of DC because AC goes a lot further than DC on a transmission line, and they do what they call voltage amperage conversion. In other words, they shoot AC has volts and has amps. Amps is what does the work through your electronics, and volts is what pushes those amps there.
Look,
but they greatly increase the amount of voltage and drop the amps while they transmit it to keep from having so much line loss, and then they convert it back when you get to the user point.
The only thing I know about electricity is if you want it to flow uphill, you increase the power. I took an electrical engineering class one time in college, and I got to say, electrical engineers have like 800-pound brains. Those dudes are like scary smart. And it was not me.
Yeah.
It was very short. I'm like, day 3, I'm out of here.
Other Twitter quotes, Kimberly Guilfoyle. You remember her? Donald Trump Jr.'s sweeties.
Yes.
She says Adam Schiff keeps his evidence of President Trump's involvement in the January 6th in the same place he kept his evidence of the Russian collusion. And it turns out that Adam Schiff is the one who let Stephen Colbert's people back into the Capitol. Actually, the building across the street.
First of all, it must be nice to be a liberal Democrat, because from Bill Clinton having sex with an intern to the shady stuff that like all the Kennedys did to like this dude who's like, I've got the goods on Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He said that for 2 years, never produced anything. Democrats get a pass with the media. They seem to get a pass for the most part with the law. It must be really nice to all the leftist organizations that, God forbid, a conservative get accused of something, like the National Organization of Women. You know, they pounce all over Kavanaugh for something that happened supposedly in college, 30 years ago. But Bill
he
Clinton
passed by a punch bowl.
Yeah, Bill Clinton sodomizes an intern in the White House, and they're cool with that. It really must be really nice to be a Democrat.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with the pilot. If you're
nobody cares if it's a Democrat, only if it's a Republican.
Yeah, if you're swampy, or you're for bond issues, or you're for all this leftist crap in our schools, the pilot writes glowing articles about you. But God forbid you say, oh, you know what? We're going to talk about producing young men and women of character. All of a sudden, the pilot writes all this horrible stuff.
All right, the next tweet says that why is the IRS buying nearly $1 million worth of ammo for its 2,000 armed agents? What's their next move on the American people?
Well, don't you remember? That's what Biden said. All those additional agents that they bought, that they hired like 20,000 additional agents. Apparently, only 2,000 of them are armed. But according to Joe Biden, that's to go after the billionaires in the top 1%. Remember?
Yeah.
So, people, if you're listening to this broadcast, you have nothing to worry about, because Joe Biden said all 2,000 of those armed agents and 20,000 IRS investigators are only going after billionaires. But by God, if you do more than $300 worth of transactions on PayPal, they're going to report you to the IRS starting this year.
Yeah, if you're 1 day late filing, man, you get a whopping bill.
Yeah, that's because they're going after Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk for not doing $305 PayPal transactions, not reporting those. People fall for this every single time.
The Treasury Secretary made a claim as gas prices hit record highs, adding the Biden administration's policies aren't responsible for what's happening in the oil market.
Wait, isn't that Janet? Is it the Treasury Secretary, or is it Secretary?
Yeah, Janet. That's Janet Yellen.
Yeah,
she's the Treasury Secretary.
So she is. Next time you see her on TV, she is a female Joe Biden. She is as out of touch. She is in thought, in mental capacity, everything. She is a female Joe Biden, and that's who's running our Treasury Department.
Well, part of the part of the work that's needed when you want to pull yourself out of recessionary waters, or as you approach it, or leave it,
or dive in face first,
is to create a positive attitude about the economy. So you can't falter all the way, but her lies are just a little bit too much to swallow.
Well,
and that's why she's not coming across with any credibility.
Well, one thing they could try doing is producing the goods that our economy needs, like our oil. Maybe that would help fight inflation if, we had the Keystone XL pipeline bringing in an additional 800,000 barrels of oil a day.
Well, he was given everything in place to be oil self-sufficient.
Right. So what Biden did, in addition to flooding the economy with $2 trillion, which were unneeded, he also choked off the supply of resources such as oil. He created a perfect storm, and he's got his little communist mini-me, Janet Yellen, doing the same crap at the Treasury Department.
And, of course, they, along with anybody else really, has no concept how much $1 trillion is. It is just an astronomical amount.
Look,
1 trillion seconds. 1 trillion seconds. How much time elapses in 1 trillion seconds?
A bunch.
35,000 years.
Look, here, people, look, okay, Steve Adams may or may not be right. We'll just assume he's right because this is his show, and if I say he's wrong, he'll kick me off. But here's how much. That's a good analogy. 35,000 years is 1 trillion seconds. But let me translate that for you. $1 trillion is so much that Austin Powers, as Dr. Evil, never even said $1 trillion. I think he stopped at 100 billion.
Yeah.
I mean, even Dr. Evil didn't ask for $1 trillion to save the earth. That's
today's
how much
world. 100 billion doesn't sound very big.
Right.
But that's astronomical.
Right.
You can't imagine. Try counting to 1 billion, and you'll never get there.
Think about that. Think about when you saw Austin Powers, like 100 billion. It was like, God, that's so much money. And now it's like, now Biden blew twice that last year.
Yeah. What was it? One congressman said, or senator said, 1 billion here, 1 billion there. Pretty soon you're talking about real money.
We are so screwed, and it's amazing. Here's what's really unfortunate. There are good people who are Democrats. I know that sounds, but look, there are moderate Democrats. Certainly none of them are in office because, as we covered last week, Nancy Pelosi got them all primaried out in the early 2000s. But there are good, moderate, within a standard deviation of the middle Democrats who voted for Joe Biden thinking they were going to get a moderate. They did, because Joe Biden, good old Joe rides the Amtrak, good old Joe Biden. And look at what they got. He is to the left of Barack Obama, and he's wrecked our economy. And I feel so sorry for those people who got fooled by him, because
he
that's
feels
not
like
what
he's
they
got to
voted
do
for.
that to retain his left, but the left says that's not enough.
Right. No, that's the problem. And, that's what Robin Calcutt's doing, too, is she is pandering to the left, and that's going to get her not elected to the school board, because I'm going to be right there next to Rollie Sampson. That's like running next to Joseph Stalin, Robin. And anyway, that's what Joe Biden's doing, too, is he is pandering to the far left, which is producing these disastrous results. But I think that's what he was all along, though.
Well,
because let me say this. He was a fake politician who was soulless, so he does whatever he thinks he has to do.
He feels untouchable considering what he's done in Ukraine, China, and everywhere else he's touched with the sun.
All I know is, if you voted for Joe Biden expecting to get a moderate, please never, ever, ever make that mistake again. You cannot vote for a Democrat and get a moderate. They just do not exist.
Well, here's my prediction between Joe and his son. His son will finally have criminal charges, maybe, perhaps charged,
that's rich.
put against him right before the next presidential election. And out the door, because Joe's going to eventually not run again.
Oh, yeah.
As he goes out the door, he'll give him a pardon, and that'll be that.
Yeah, I will give you that. If Joe Biden, if the people who control him no longer want him to run for president, or if they want him to resign in midterm and he refuses to do so, that's when you'll see his son get indicted.
Yeah.
Yep. It will be to force him to do something. Actually, Joe doesn't call the shots. Everybody on this planet knows that Dr. Jill Biden is like running the show.
Yeah. Well, he can issue the pardon before things go bad for his son. Martha McCallum says Democrats and the media suddenly acknowledging that President Biden is too old for the job. Such is the price of nominating him with so many scrutiny about his capacity for the presidency. Okay. President Biden, Newsmax saying President Biden said Monday that he is still considering a federal holiday on the gasoline tax, which will do no good, possibly saving the Americans as much as 18.4 cents a gallon. So instead of paying 5 cents a gallon, you'll pay $4.86.
Okay, so Joe Biden, first of all, if you hadn't caused the price of oil to triple, then gas would be $2 a gallon cheaper, not 18 cents a gallon cheaper. So first of all, you increase the price $2 a gallon, but you're going to give us an 18-cent break. That doesn't mean very much. Secondly,
18.6.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's like that hot dog. A year ago, remember 4th of July, a year ago, you saved 6 cents or something on a hot dog. But
that was enough for a bear.
More importantly, so Joe, we get the gas holiday. So you're just going to print more money to keep the interstate system repaired, or how are we going to pay for the interstate system?
Yeah, exactly.
So
we'll throw a toll road up there. So not only will you pay for it once, you'll pay for it twice.
Yep. So here's my guess: if they will give us a tax holiday, the reason they're talking a tax holiday is, my guess is, a strategic petroleum reserve is about to run out. The strategic petroleum reserve runs out, and the price of oil will go up even more. He'll give us an 18-cent price break when he caused the price of oil go up by then $4 a gallon, and hope we don't get invaded because there's not any oil in our strategic petroleum reserve. I think that's pretty much where we're going to be at here by the end of the year.
Jim Jordan says where's the primetime hearing on recent attacks against pro-life pregnancy centers? Be nice to know. Marshall Blackburn says 40-year high inflation is not a joke.
So,
and I got 10 seconds.
Okay. 5, 4,
say something?
3. No, how old is Joe Biden?
All right, on the way is all your latest news, sports, and weather. 68 degrees here in the Sand Hills. We'll be back after that.
Summer is officially here, and it's going to feel like it. Today, we're going to see temperatures in the upper 80s and the lower 90s. But once you factor in the humidity, it's not going to be too bad. We have dew points that are in the 50s, so it's going to be tolerable for today. By tonight, we're down into the low to mid 60s with highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, we're going to see the humidity pick up just a little bit more, and a few showers and thunderstorms will be possible late afternoon and evening. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. House Democrats stage another hearing today in their ongoing effort to tie former President Trump to the U.S. Capitol riot.
Democrats have already tried to prove the former president knew he had lost the election and knowingly pressured his vice president to break the law by refusing to certify the results. Today, they'll examine efforts by the Trump legal team to pressure some state lawmakers and officials to re-examine the election results. Republicans call the hearings a kangaroo court, noting the GOP was not allowed to select members of its party to sit on the panel, leaving it comprised entirely of Trump detractors. Bob Agnew reporting.
Alabama's Republican U.S. Senate primary pits a candidate endorsed by former President Trump against a candidate that Mr. Trump had previously backed. Congressman Mo Brooks was a staunch Trump ally when he lost the former president's support. Mr. Trump then endorsed retiring Senator Richard Shelby's former chief of staff, Katie Britt. Along with pleading with other countries, some of them not so friendly, to pump more oil.
President Biden says he's considering a federal holiday on the gasoline tax and could decide within days. A gas tax holiday would save Americans up to 18 cents a gallon. The administration has been looking for ways to spare motorists from higher prices at the pump, including releasing oil from the U.S. Strategic Reserve and increasing ethanol blending for the summer. Yet those efforts have yet to have a meaningful impact.
That's correspondent Mike Rossier. Documents examined by the Austin American-Statesman and KVUE-TV show that heavily armed police officers stood in a Uvalde Elementary School hallway in Texas for almost an hour before confronting the gunman who killed 21 people, including 19 children. On Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 434 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 176. More on these stories at townhall.com.
If you are Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest. Sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly. All for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Israel's weakened coalition government plans to dissolve parliament and call new elections. It sets the stage for the possible return to power of former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu or another period of prolonged political gridlock. The election will be Israel's 5th in 3 years, and it will put Netanyahu, who has been the opposition leader for the past year, back at the center of Israel's political universe. The previous 4 elections focused on Netanyahu's fitness to rule while facing a corruption investigation. A U.S. Navy warship has fired a warning flare to wave off an Iranian Revolutionary Guard speedboat that was headed straight for it during a tense encounter in the Strait of Hormuz. The incident yesterday involving the Revolutionary Guard and the U.S. Navy comes as tensions remain high over stalled negotiations having to deal with Iran's tattered nuclear deal with world powers. News and analysis, townhall.com. Well, the way things are going, the state of Maine may soon be as famous for its oysters as it is for lobsters and blueberries.
That's due to a growing number of shellfish farms that have launched off its coast in recent years. Maine's Hall of Oysters, the vast majority of which are from farms, grew by more than 50% last year to more than 6 million pounds. Maine's growing oyster business has made the state a bigger player in the national industry that grows the valuable shellfish, which were valued at more than $187 million in 2020. John Scott reported.
President Biden has signed off on a hefty pay hike for federal wildland firefighters. The move affects more than 16,000 firefighters. Comes as much of the West is bracing for a challenging wildfire season. Raises for federal firefighters were included in last year's $1 trillion infrastructure bill, but they had been held up as administration officials studied recruitment and retention data. Townhall.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
Cooper Ford on Highway 15501 in Carthage is sponsoring an outdoor event with the Billy Joel Tribute Band, Friday, June the 24th.
Time. They will tell you you can't sleep alone in a strange place. Then they tell you you can't sleep with somebody else. You remember those days hanging out at the village green? Engineer boots, leather jackets, and tight blue jeans. Yeah, you drop a dime in the box, play a song about New Orleans.
Gates open at 6 o'clock and the show begins at 7. Get tickets online at visionformore.com. That's vision, the number 4, MOORE.com. Proceeds benefit Meals on Wheels of the Sandhills. So come out and enjoy the Billy Joel Tribute Band on Friday, June the 24th at Cooper Ford in Carthage.
Many of our neighbors are going to the emergency room with a heart attack or stroke. Some don't make it. Even though they work, they're caught in the coverage gap with no health insurance. They can't afford medications and doctor's appointments. We can fix this. Let's close the health insurance coverage gap. Tell your lawmaker the time is now. Our neighbors deserve it. Text GAP to 46839 to learn more. That's GAP to 46839. Paid for by the American Heart Association.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
Hello, North Carolina sunshine. Hot weather is here. Your cooling system is working hard this season. Take care of your unit, and it will take care of you with lower energy bills, longer life expectancy, and clean air. Carolina Air has you covered with a factory refresh, AC tune-up, and cost-effective routine maintenance program. Carolina Air works on all makes and models. Visit carolinaair.com to find out more. Carolina Air, comfort without compromise.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
NCN News. I'm Tony Rixby. Governor Roy Cooper is at home after testing positive for COVID-19. The governor says he was stricken with a mild case of the virus and is working from home this week. He's also vaccinated against the virus, has received 2 booster shots, and he says this is not unusual.
You know, each COVID variant has become more contagious than the last. So a lot of people are still getting it. But studies show that vaccinated and boosted people have milder symptoms when they become infected.
Many parents have been waiting for COVID vaccines for their youngest kids. Now kids under 5 can get them. This parent has a 1-month-old baby.
I think it's great, and we're excited that, in a few months, our son will be able to get vaccinated too. We've been in this situation for over 2 years, and everyone's ready for things to go back to normal.
A CDC survey shows that 1/5 of parents with kids ages 6 months to 4 years old would get their child vaccinated within 3 months of becoming eligible. Today's January 6th hearing will dive into how former President Trump tried to pressure state officials to overturn the 2020 election results. Former White House advisor and Durham native David Gergen on how these hearings have gone so far.
I don't think it's going to sway our politics dramatically, but I do think they've laid a foundation for the Justice Department or other legal eagles to move on, because it won't come out of the blue. Will that be something that sort of we're stunned by an accusation or an indictment of any one of the players around the president or indeed President Trump himself?
Today is the House Committee's 4th public hearing. Hitting the $5 per gallon average gas mark is something that has been looming over the country for weeks. Petroleum analyst with Gas Buddy Patrick Gahan telling WNCN.
It remains a possibility. I'm hopeful that we can avoid it, but we'll have to see.
Average gas prices in North Carolina down about 5 cents in the last week. You're listening to NCN News.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Our Cookie Two-Step Ice Cream is a creamy vanilla ice cream with hints of brown sugar, chunks of chocolate cream-filled cookies, and tasty chocolate chip cookie dough pieces. Cookie Two-Step has everybody's taste buds two-stepping, and 1 and 2.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
CBS TV's late night host responding to employee arrest in Washington, D.C. We get that story from correspondent Deborah Rodriguez.
The Late Show's Stephen Colbert is speaking out after 7 staffers, including Triumph the Insult comic dog, a puppet, were detained near the Capitol inside a congressional office building.
Maybe there was a vast conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States with a rubber Rottweiler. After all, Thursday night, the night that they were detained, was the 50th anniversary of the Watergate break-in. Are we supposed to believe that was a coincidence?
All of the Late Show staffers were processed and released after they were cited for being unescorted in a hallway. Colbert says all had permission to interview multiple members of Congress. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A Nobel Peace Prize sold off Monday night, raising a staggering amount for Ukrainian charity. Jennifer King reports.
The Nobel Peace Prize auctioned off by Russian journalist Dmitry Muratov to raise money for Ukrainian child refugees sold Monday night for $103.5 million, shattering the old record for a Nobel. No word on who bought it. Muratov said in an interview after the auction, "I was hoping that there was going to be an enormous amount of solidarity, but I was not expecting this to be such a huge amount." Muratov has said the proceeds will go directly to UNICEF in its efforts to help children displaced by the war in Ukraine. Just minutes after bidding ended, UNICEF told the auction house it had already received the funds. I'm Jennifer King.
The Federal Reserve raised interest rates last week. Retired NC State economist Mike Walden says he expects the job market to weaken.
Think of the economy as a pot of water there, and what we've done over the last 2.5 years of all this fiscal stimulus coming in is we've really turned up the heat on that water.
Walden says he expects the Fed to continue to raise rates. Tony Rixby, NCN News.
Today we'll see temperatures in the upper 80s and the lower 90s. It's going to be a lovely day for any outdoor activities because our dew points will be low, so it's actually going to feel tolerable. That number will climb as we head into tomorrow. Highs will be in the mid to upper 90s. It's going to feel like the upper 90s, and we do have the chance of seeing showers and thunderstorms develop late Wednesday afternoon and evening. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now, here in the Sand Hills area, it's partly cloudy, 68 degrees. Humidity 63%, dew point 55, winds calm, pressure 30-55, solar radiation 43 watts per square meter. It is 8:15. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news. For this Tuesday morning, 2 passengers escaped an overturned vehicle with minimal injuries on Monday. The single vehicle crash occurred on the outskirts of the Eastwood community around 12:45 p.m. on June 20th and resulted in heavy damage and a temporary stop to the northbound lane of traffic. The crash occurred just south of Moore County LEO Association on Highway 15501 when the driver of a Jeep Cherokee veered from the road and overturned. The Jeep was the only vehicle involved in the crash. The driver, a male in his 70s, suffered what law enforcement referred to as a medical episode, which caused him to veer from the road and lose control of the Jeep. In an attempt to regain control, the driver then overcorrected, flipping the vehicle into an embankment. Both the driver and his female passenger were transported to First Health Moore Regional Hospital by Moore County EMS with non-life-threatening injuries. The town of Southern Pines adopted its 2022-23 budget. During the town council meeting, this past Monday, on June 14th. As part of his recommended budget, Town Manager Reagan Parsons shared with council his intent to add a second assistant town manager to the management team by promoting current Fire Chief Mike Cameron. Cameron's transition will take effect on July 1 at the beginning of the new fiscal year. In serving as assistant town manager, Cameron will remain the town's fire chief. In addition to leading the fire department, Cameron will oversee the town's IT, public works, engineering, inspections, and utilities division and departments. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel, and you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:18. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Your morning sports report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports, I'm Josh Zach. Lightning struck 4 times in the second period as two-time defending Stanley Cup champion Tampa Bay beat the Colorado Avalanche 6-2 in last night's Game 3 in Tampa to narrow Colorado's lead 2-1 in the finals. Lightning captain Steven Stamkos finished with a goal and an assist. He said they came out better in last night's game than they did in the first 2 games of the series in Denver.
We had a much better start. We had some chances. We had some shots. We had some offensive zone shifts, something we didn't really have early in the last 2. So we definitely gained some confidence tonight in that regard, and let's keep it going.
Pivotal Game 4 tomorrow in sunny FLA.
I'm off my boat. I'll be skating in Florida. Here's to the Sunshine State. Right, yeah.
In San Francisco, it was a celebration day for the Golden State Warriors following their latest NBA championship.
Thousands lined the streets to salute the new champions. The players stood on top of double-decker buses. This young woman could hardly contain herself when the players passed by.
I'm here, and I'm so excited and so happy. Thank God for the Warriors.
This is the Warriors' 4th championship in the last 8 years. After falling behind 2-1 to the Boston Celtics, the Warriors won 3 straight to capture the title. Steve Futterman, CBS News.
It is draft week in the NBA, and the Hornets are still without a coach. Where they go without Kenny Atkinson is still remains to be seen. His tenure with the Hornets ended before it began. A person with knowledge told the AP that Atkinson reversed course and won't take over as coach. The move came Saturday, a week after the Golden State assistant had agreed to a 4-year contract. Leaves the Hornets to open draft week without a coach, and they have 3 picks in the top 45, including 2 in the top 15. This is NCN Sports.
If you or someone you know has been the victim of a crime, the North Carolina Department of Public Safety Office of Victim Services is here to provide support. The office provides a range of free, confidential services to help you regain yourself, receive compensation for damages incurred, protect yourself and your family, and move beyond the stigma of being victimized. Visit ncdps.gov/4victims. That's ncdps.gov/4victims.
Agriculture drives our local economy. I'm Lee Ivey, Director of the Agricultural Institute at NC State University, and we are looking for our next generation of innovative leaders. Our graduates are part of the global economy, and we provide hands-on training in our exceptional facilities, including our animal units and greenhouses. Earn a 2-year degree and receive networking opportunities to help you land a rewarding career. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities. Learn more at cals.ncsu.edu/AGI.
MLB action. Yankees ace Garrett Cole lost his no-hit bid in the 8th when Tampa Bay's Isaac Paredes led off by grounding a clean single to center field. He hit a slider that bounced off the pitcher's mound and into the outfield on Cole's 105th pitch in Tropicana Field. New York led 2-0 at that point. Corbin Burns pitched 7 dominant innings. Tyrone Taylor hit a 2-run homer, and the Brewers regained sole possession of first place in the NL Central with a 2-0 victory over St. Louis. The Atlanta Braves 2-1 winners over the San Francisco Giants. Newly promoted O'Neal Cruz drove in 4 runs and sparked the Pirates to a 12-1 romp over the Chicago Cubs. David Peterson pitched into the 6th with his wife expected to go into labor imminently as the Mets beat the Marlins 6-0, despite losing Jeff McDaniel to injury. Josh, Zach, NCN Sports.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door, and Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Cooper Ford has done it again. For the 2nd year in a row, Cooper Ford has earned the prestigious Ford President's Award from the Ford Motor Company, given only to dealers who exemplify exceptional customer service. It's no surprise that Cooper Ford is the dealer of choice in the Sandhills. No games, no gimmicks, no market adjustment addendums or outrageous markups. The price you see is the price you pay at the locally owned Cooper Ford.
I'm Aaron Cooper. Please come see us here in beautiful Carthage or visit us on the web at cooperford.net. And as always, working really hard to be your hometown dealer.
This is Dr. Terry Ann Sams from Sandhills Weekend Dental. Here we grow again. I am excited to introduce Miss Nancy, our newest team member.
Hello, my name is Nancy. I will be assisting Dr. Sams in your care. I look forward to seeing you.
Call Sandhills Weekend Dental today at 910-687-4423.
Eat, kiss, and smile better.
Sears low price guarantee and price match policy. We will not be undersold. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, new owner of your local hometown Sears store, where creating relationships and helping our customer make an informed buying decision is our business. Remember, we will price match any in-stock local competitor. See store for details. Shop your local Sears hometown store in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 seasons, heating and air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Hey, this is Steve Leader Adams. You know, for many years I've had arthritis in my right shoulder. I was at the point that surgery was the only option. Then I discovered pressure wave therapy, available at Wright Chiropractic in 7 Lakes. Pressure wave therapy is a machine that concentrates pulses of pressure waves into your joint at a rate of 2,000 pulses per minute. The treatment is non-invasive and there is no downtime. Pressure waves help your body restore blood flow to your damaged joints and can even remove bone spurs and works on almost any joint in the body, including knees, hips, feet, and elbows. I've gone to only being able to raise my arms from 90 degrees to a full 360-degree motion. You can live pain-free too, without going under a surgeon's knife. Give Dr. Sharon Wright a call at Wright Chiropractic in 7 Lakes. 910-673-2225. That's 910-673-2225. If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postaway have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Real Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at relivitremodeling.com.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000. This is more than just innovation. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. This is no spills autofill for hands-free fill-ups from your fridge. This is no preheat air fry right in your oven for food that's crispy without the oil. This is an in-oven cook cam so you can check on your food from your phone. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile. Upgrade today with your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street, downtown Aberdeen. Call us at 910-944-8887 or shop online at keysappliance.com.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is proudly sponsored by Moore County Citizens for Freedom. Always looking out for you.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. Well, the news tells us there are 5 major cities that are on track once again to set new homicide records. The cities are Los Angeles, D.C., Baltimore, Milwaukee, and Atlanta. Chicago, on the other hand, has done pretty good. They've only had 1,463 people shot so far this year, with 298 of them dying. But, to their credit, that's just business as usual. It's not a new record. All the cities with liberal leaders and people yelling, defund the police, are trying to figure out who to blame. Who or what can they blame to take the heat off themselves? Many of the city leaders are pointing the finger at COVID. It's the fault of COVID, they say, that so many people choose to murder. I wonder how long COVID's going to be used as an excuse. Others are blaming the police. The police are bad, they say, and so no wonder a guy decides to do a drive-by shooting. And of course, others blame the same old culprit. The same culprit as always, the gun. The gun, they say, is to blame. Those poor shooters had no choice but to pick up a gun and shoot somebody. Now, just for the record, I've looked, and I could find no mention of hunters murdering people, even though I'm almost positive they all have guns. I think I know what caused this. I think it's a complete lack of leadership in these cities, coupled with people who have no respect for life and no respect for God. I hope that everyone out there has a wonderful day from the Zumwalt Zone.
Summer is officially here and it's going to feel like it. Today, we're going to see temperatures in the upper 80s and the lower 90s. But once you factor in the humidity, it's not going to be too bad. We have dew points that are in the 50s, so it's going to be tolerable for today. By tonight, we're down into the low to mid 60s with highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, we're going to see the humidity pick up just a little bit more, and a few showers and thunderstorms will be possible late afternoon and evening. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Today is officially the first day of summer. We began summer officially.
Only thing I hate about the summer, people walking around with tans.
Get a nice tan. Get a little tan. At the beach with the oil on.
Top priority of the summer.
The summer solstice, when the Earth's axis has the northern hemisphere tilted the most towards the sun.
You need sunblock down here. I recommend a sunscreen with an SPF of between 15 and 30.
I could say at one point I was tanorexic.
On the official start of summer, experts stress that an ounce of caution may be the best protection for a healthy beach season.
It was on the first day of summer. We were the number one out front runners. On the first day of summer, nothing feels the same.
Do you know what today is?
It's National Selfie Day.
Just take a selfie and email it to me.
I got an Aussie. You know, back where I'm from, we call those selfies. Well, it's not myself, yeah. It's us. And a Aussie.
That's not a selfie. Someone else took that photo.
It was a selfie.
Yeah, selfie.
Selfie. And post.
Looky here. It's showtime, folks.
Players, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe so clear. Look out.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams. The Hands Leader Report on the way. Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's up and running for you at talk973.com or talk1041.com. or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the page is where the link's located. In the upper right-hand corner of every page is another link that says On the Air Listen Live. Click that once and you're listening that quick to our live audio stream, the on-air programming. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. It's going to be all right today. A little warm, but still all right. Partly cloudy. High at 91, but the dew points down in the low 50s will make it feel a whole lot better on your skin. Tonight, clear and 64. Tomorrow, a little more humid, sunny, hotter, 97 for a high. Wednesday night, partly cloudy, a thunderstorm or two, a low of 72. Thursday, still have a chance of those thunder boomers. Otherwise, partly cloudy, high of 94. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all partly cloudy with highs around 90. Right now, around the Sandhills, winds are calm, pressure 30-55, solar radiation still 43 watts per square meter. Dew points 55, humidity 63, and it's mostly cloudy right now. Partly sunny and 68 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, time for the Hensley Report. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Moore County. We have Abdul here. Abdul, if you're finished taking selfies, we can continue with the show.
Yeah, but we're not going to skip past this morning's bumper music. I love that. That's new. That's modern. That's fresh. You pulled that out of the woodworks on me, LeaderMan. I'm over here in the corner like this is a
Bruno
hip-hop
Mars
and R&B station right now. Yeah, shouts out to Bruno Mars, man.
Yeah.
That's
baby
good
steps,
stuff.
baby steps.
Getting there, man. Getting there.
So, what did you do yesterday?
Yo, yesterday we celebrated Juneteenth in a major way. And one of the interesting things about yesterday was I got to be in the midst of some amazing people. Clarence Henderson, as always, received the Legacy Award. We got to hear from our Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson, and Dr. Ben Carson made a stop in Charlotte yesterday. So that Mecklenburg Black Republican Club's inaugural Juneteenth celebration was amazing, man. And look, I gotta say this because people tend to, I think the mass media, the legacy media doesn't want this to get out there like that, but more and more black people are understanding how important it is to think and analyze stuff. Just think a little bit before they vote, think before they consider casting that ballot, and they're looking at the Republican Party differently, and you can just see that. Like I said, we had record turnout at convention, great turnout yesterday, man. It was an amazing opportunity to get the word out and celebrate Juneteenth.
So So was the Frederick Douglass Foundation involved in this at all?
Absolutely. One of the coolest things about working with the Frederick Douglass Foundation is Clarence is instrumental in helping us get things done. And you know how it is. I always say it's like going to Clarence Henderson University. So backstage, having an opportunity to sit with Clarence and Ben Carson and have a conversation, that was amazing. Pearl Burris Floyd was in the building too, our vice president. So yeah.
So the Frederick Douglass Foundation of North Carolina had a convention or a conference in Charlotte, and Dr. Ben Carson, former cabinet official, was in attendance. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson was there, the current and first black lieutenant governor,
correct,
Republican, by the way. And Clarence Henderson, civil rights pioneer, was there. So I assume that the Charlotte media, the TV stations were there. Maybe CNN was there to cover this great event.
I'll do you better. Not only were those folks there, but Congressman Ted Budd was there.
Wait, no. The point they were so CNN was there.
No. Yeah, it's but to make a point, here's what you got. You also had Congressman Ted Budd. You also had Congressman Dan Bishop. You also had Paris Denard, the national RNC national spokesperson, in attendance. So you would expect
some media to show up.
That they would want people to see that this was happening in Charlotte. Now, shouts out. There was a couple of folks who showed up, but the idea here is that they don't want people to see Mark Robinson. They don't want to see. They don't want to see. A bunch of black conservatives. That's not what they want.
That doesn't follow the media. But if what's her name, Tooth Gap from Atlanta was here. What's her name?
Stacy. Go Home Stacy.
If Go Home Stacy was here, man, the media, she would be blinded by all the flashes going off from even the pilot would be there for Stacey Abrams.
Well, two things real quick on this. One, the problem is the things that we're advocating for politically, never mind that we're black, the things we're advocating for politically don't serve the purposes of people who are out for themselves. And that's what you see by and large when you look at certain areas around here, certain places, you look at who's been in office for 17 years and happen to be black, and look at what they've produced, the failure we're looking at now. So now we're taking a look and we're going, wait a minute, do I really need to vote for you because you pop up with some turkeys? Do I really need to vote for you because you pop up with some frozen turkey? Really? So that's one side of it. And I think the other thing is to the point where people are starting to point their eyes to education, and that's something that I think rung all the way through all of the speeches. What everybody talked about was the need for us to get back to education and make sure we have solid foundations in our education system, and we're producing people that understand the value that this country brings, not just historically, but right now for the level of opportunity we present. And I think that's part of what you guys are working on here with your mission statement and all that stuff y'all been chopping up.
Yeah, we, Moore County Schools, every 2 years, we redo our mission statement. And the last mission statement was a disaster. The last mission statement and the one before that, created by the board, the leftist board, was a disaster. And actually, if you look at the exodus of families leaving Moore County Schools, there's been a steady decline over the last 20 years, as homeschooling and private schooling and charter schools. But about 5 years ago, when 6 years ago now, when the previous school, they staged their coup, they brought in the leftists from out of county, they changed their registration, Betty Brown, Helena Wallen Miller, Libby Carter, lifelong Democrat, changed her registration to Republican. When they staged the coup, and they implemented the now current leftist strategic plan with disastrous results. You can just see the waterfall, man, just families exiting Moore County Schools. Moore County Schools lost about 15% of the market share in the two years following the implementation of the current woke leftist-filled strategic plan. So we're replacing that. So if everyone remembers back a couple weeks ago, I proposed a proper Moore County School mission statement, a strong, unifying mission statement that harkens back to traditional American values, the values that made this country strong, that unify our country. So our mission statement should be something like to produce principled young men and women with the character, skills, and education to be successful and proud Americans.
Okay, I was waiting for the we shall kill all of the we shall.
No, that's it.
We
So-
shall emotionally serve the we shall. No,
there's no social. There's nothing.
No.
Look. There's many different ways. There's many techniques we're going to use to do this. But our mission is to produce principled young men and women with the character, skills, and education to be successful and proud Americans. So we've done a couple shows on that. You know, I posted that. The left's head exploded because, well, you know, they object to they object to everything in there except the prepositions. The only words they do not object to in that statement are and, of, to be. That's it. They object to us saying principled.
What's wrong with principled?
Well, the left doesn't want principled people. They objected to saying young men and women. They objected to me saying character, and they absolutely objected to me saying proud Americans. They went apoplectic. You should see. Well, okay, it was actually one, but anyway. So then, my proposed vision statement is to be the best in all we endeavor because we are more.
Okay, I like it.
You know, look, they have this big giant run-on sentence mission or vision. Look, what we need to tell our young people, our faculty and staff, is we're going to be the very best because we're Moore County, and we should be the best in everything that we do.
And you kind of got to use the word more. I mean,
right? You got to. You cannot. We are more. We are. You cannot not do it. You cannot not do it. So look, the idea is rather than this big crazy, and I wrestled. I tried to get this down to like 6 words, and I couldn't do it. Right? But basically, it's trying to say, of course, we're going to have the best schools because we're Moore County, and we should have the best schools.
Well, here's my thing, right? So as a parent, as someone who has processed children through the public education system and continues to process one through NC State, the idea that we need these heavy jargon, like most parents don't care. Like we, I couldn't tell you how many times they send you the thing and it's like, all right, bro, I get it. Somebody has to have a job, so you got to come up with these sentences, long sentences. Yep. You know, hold on, let me give you my best one. You ready? Here you go. Our school is designed and dedicated to creating not principled, we're going to go social, emotionally corrected, and we will envision to produce and
world citizens. You have to work world citizens.
Put world citizens, keyword in there. What's some other buzzwords?
By the way, the current Moore County, get this, the current Moore County school strategic plan talks about producing world citizens.
Okay.
Moore County Schools' current educational strategic plans talks about world citizens. I want to talk about proud Americans, and I want to talk about, of course, we're going to have the best schools because we're Moore County.
How do you argue with producing proud Americans? I'm trying to wrap my...
Successful proud Americans.
But what's the argument?
Well, the left doesn't want you to be successful. I mean, let's just start with that.
Okay, fair point. But what happened to first principles like that? I mean, that was something that, am I not mistaken, at one point Democrats and Republicans both agreed on some of that stuff.
So
we're going to all be Americans, right? Like, at least we're Americans.
But no, that's exactly my point, Abdul. And that is why 95% of Moore County will coalesce around this because 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 10 years ago, saying producing successful and proud Americans, the vast majority of Americans would agree with that, and everyone would circle around that and go, yes. But the left has, with political correctness and all this nonsense, the left has moved it so far that they try to make it sound like this is controversial. This is not controversial. The only people who are going to oppose this are the far, far fringe left in Moore County. And it's just going to show how stupid they sound when they start saying, well, we can't have proud Americans. What about U.S. citizen? You're going to get laughed out of Moore County.
All right. So, okay.
But that's hanging up. Contrast Pinecrest High School, which has a thing in there talking about producing global citizens outside the principal's office, with North Moore that says we are, Mustang country, and who has the Park Scholars.
That's a good point. That's a well. Look, I think there's a place if you have people going into global studies or something like that. I think there's a little wiggle room, depending. Like you're a specialized school or something. You know what I mean? Like I get a little twist on it, but by and large, we should all be wanting this country to be the best it can be. I don't see how that's
left,
controversial.
right, center.
I don't see how that's controversial.
Okay, so let's get back, because I have a quiz for you and Steve. Got to keep Steve awake over here. So we've gone over the mission statement several times. Proud Americans, principled young men and women of character. How awesome is that, right? Skills. Notice I put skills, because skills and education, because we got to talk about VOTEC, skills and education and character, right? Vision statement. And again, you got to understand, man, what I'm trying to say is, of course we're going to have the best schools because we're Moore County, and by God we should, right? So in order to say that, my proposed language is, it's got a little, pardon me, could you borrow some Grey Poupon, right? It's got a little, so to be the best in all we endeavor because we are more. Okay. So let's talk about core beliefs, right? So that's the vision, that's the mission statement. Then you start getting the bullets, right? What are the 5 or 7 things that really encapsulates that, right? So Moore County Schools core beliefs, and I want input on this. So the introductory phrase is, I did it in purple because it's an introductory phrase. I did my little meme tiles on this, right? Exceptional and efficient traditional public schools are essential to our community, and that. So the introductory phrase for our core beliefs are exceptional and efficient. Efficient, like value, like money, good value for our money. Exceptional and efficient traditional public schools are essential to our community, and that. So every student can learn and succeed. That's the first one.
All right.
So what else should we add to that?
So here's what my thing. I'm thinking effective and efficient, but I'm also thinking about when you say the word traditional, I want people, and if I'm not, I'm just throwing this out here when I hear traditional education, I mean that you're taught how to read, how to write, mathematics. And if you live in a community that has, traditionally schools would produce the people that needed the things in the community, right? And in this case, we're talking about preparing people for the military, CTE, things of that nature. So traditional, I don't have a problem with. I think are we talking about that?
No.
Oh, that's a good segue.
Yeah, that's not the end, though.
And you win that. Nah.
That's not the end.
But I don't know why they think well started.
It's all good. But so traditional in that sense, that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, except the reason I put traditional public schools is that now that charter schools are out there, traditional public schools are what the legacy public schools are. So you have charter public schools and you have traditional public schools. So I kind of confuse that. We don't need to have the word traditional in there, but it does harken back to traditional values. And it's not traditional values. It's, we should stop. I'm going to stop calling these traditional values. I'm going to start calling these core American values, because they're traditional, but they're the current core.
Correct. Okay.
Anyway, so our core beliefs are exceptional and efficient public schools are essential to our community, and that every student can learn and succeed. Okay, that's one. Here's another one. we are accountable for our actions and results. And we includes the faculty, the staff, the students, the central office, and the school board.
And the parents.
And the parents. And the parents. So we, the faculty, staff, students, parents, and school board, are accountable for our actions and results. We're all accountable for our actions and results.
Correct.
Right? Okay, here's another proposed one. These are one of our core beliefs. So we got every student can learn and succeed. Everyone's accountable for their actions and results.
Correct.
Right? That includes students, faculty, staff, parents. Enrolling in college, enlisting in the military, and entering the workforce are equally honorable callings and professions.
I'd agree with that.
Yep. And it's our job, whichever the path the student chooses, to make them the best prepared possible.
So what that, you know what that makes me think about is the job that like job counselors or career counselors. What's the situation in Moore County schools with those type of guidance counselors? Are they overworked too? Because I could imagine there's not a whole lot of them that are helping to steer the kids and the parents.
You know, that's what I hear. We have not done what I call a billet by billet review, or we have not done a position by position review. It's my understanding that our guidance counselors are severely overtaxed. You know, their workloads are too high, but where did those positions go? I mean, are they got social workers and, you know, psychologists, or too many administrators? So we're going to do that. You know, I can assure you, once we get the majority control of the school board, just like we, you know, the superintendent had to change before we discovered that our school resource officers had no training in 6 years. Just like, you know, new superintendent, we had to discover that. Imagine what we're going to discover when we get 4 or more votes on the school board and we actually do a full audit. We actually do a position by position review, and we actually have the votes to fully look under the hood, not just kind of glance under the hood from the side, right? You understand the difference?
Right. Yeah. No.
Elbows deep in the grease, like really finding out what's going on under the hood.
Okay, so no, that one makes sense then.
Yeah. Here's a good one. By the way, we're going to be talking about these today at 1 o'clock today. There's a school board meeting today at 1 o'clock, and we're going to be finalizing our proposed strategic plan. Here's one of my proposed ones. Extracurricular activities and athletics are essential to leadership and character development.
Yeah. Yep.
You didn't see that in the last one. All you saw was a bunch of woke crap.
Okay.
You should pull up the I'm not going to do it, but the existing. You got any, Steve? You guys, Dool, you got
Hold
one?
on. So I think you've laid out some good ones.
I mean, I've got more.
I mean, there's got to be something about professional development for the teachers. I mean, you know, that's always important, in making sure that you're producing quality teachers. And look, the example of, I think, your current superintendent coming from the ranks of Moore County schools is something that's rare. And that's something that should, it
kind of reinforces our whole vision. We are Moore County. Look, we can even produce our own superintendent. We don't need to go to Fairfax County, Virginia, and import superintendents and board members.
That's always been strange to me. It's like,
I don't, it's like saying, oh yeah, sorry everyone in the central office, you guys suck. We're going to go find someone else.
All right, that's what that is. That's why that's always felt weird to me.
Yeah.
When I'm like, you hear on the radio certain school boards are like, and they're searching the country for a new super. I'm like, searching the country?
Well, it's the old grass is greener on the other side syndrome, with the not only government has, but corporate has too.
Yeah.
I mean, you send the wrong message, not just to, besides being like an ultimate slap in the face insult to everybody in the central office, right? Well, you've got the remaining faculty and staff, you got all the citizens of the county, you've just insulted them, and the students. Look, look, son, grow up, and someday you will not be able to be the superintendent of Moore County. I mean, what the hell? You tell a whole county you're so stupid you can't even produce your own superintendent.
That's crazy. All right, I thought I was all right. I'm glad I ain't the only one. I always felt some kind of way about that.
And don't get me wrong. We did a superintendent search and we had good candidates. And as I've said, when we narrowed it down to just a handful, all of them were center of the road. Everyone. Right. Moore County would have found all of our finalists acceptable because I found them acceptable. But at the end of the day, if everybody kind of had their pluses and minuses, and if it kind of nets out, why wouldn't you go with the local guy?
That part. Yeah,
right.
That makes sense.
I mean, look, if nothing else, he can tell the board, he can tell us, boards come and go, but, he still has to answer to his mom and dad who live here.
Right.
Son, what the hell are you doing with our schools?
yeah, you gotta. That's a very valid point.
Yeah, I kind of put some weight on that. Let's see. Our schools will be safe and conducive to learning.
Okay.
And safe. And by the way, conducive to learning means that our students are going to be disciplined and they're going to respect our faculty and staff.
Right.
Conducive to learning includes student discipline and respect towards the members of our team. Here's one. We are a partnership with parents and community.
That's fair. So let me throw this out there though. I think this is you take the number of extracurricular activities that parents have to be involved in. You take the appointments to the boards that the school board creates, like the parent advisory, the black advisory. Yeah. You take all of that stuff in there. It has to be from the very beginning, from making sure a parent is logged into Power School properly, knows their kid's schedule. It has to be a partnership with the parents. It has to be.
Yeah.
There's no way public education works without a strong partnership with the parents.
Yeah, and we have to engage parents in a meaningful way, and I think we're going to take a look at some of those parental organizations, like you named some, and these outreaches, because they seem divisive. There's a Hispanic outreach, there's a black outreach, there's a military. Why don't we have like an academic outreach and people of all races can attend?
Because all lives matter.
Yeah, right. So, I think you're going to see some of those be more inclusive, and we'll do away with both the divisive mission statement and the divisive kind of the way things were organized.
Nice.
All right. Thanks, guys. And so it goes for this Tuesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9 for a hump day Wednesday. Until then, be sure to support the businesses you hear on WEEB because they are the center core of our economy. We can always control our own economy here by supporting local business. So do that and give them first crack at your spending dollars. And don't forget also that millions of Americans have fought and they have died to give and protect the freedoms that you get to enjoy today. Live today worthy of their and their family's sacrifice. I'm Chief Leader Adams, and we'll all see you at the dog park.
I come back. You'd better be laughing.
discipline and respect towards the members of our team. Here's one. We are a partnership with parents and community.
That's fair. So let me throw this out there though. I think this is you take the no.
Flipping the vehicle into an embankment. Both the driver and his female passenger were transported to First Healthmore Regional Hospital by Moore County EMS with non-life-threatening injuries. The town of Southern Pines adopted its 2022-23 budget during the town council meeting this past Monday, on June 14th. As part of his recommended budget, town manager Reagan Parsons shared with council his intent to add a second assistant town manager to the management team by promoting current Fire Chief Mike Cameron. Cameron's transition will take effect on July 1 at the beginning of the new fiscal year.